us into private session over there. So I'm going to call our meeting to order. The time I have on my computer is 5:32. In attendance tonight, we have regrets from Trustee Sipcar this evening. She won't be joining us this evening. The rest of us we have on Teams this evening with us. So moving down to approval of the agenda, can I get a motion to approve the public board agenda? Seeing Trustee Sartori and Trustee Olmsted, thank you very much. Do we have any discussion on approval of the agenda this evening? Any discussion on approval of the agenda? Seeing and hearing none. Anyone opposed to approval of the public board agenda this evening? Any opposition? And that passes. Thank you very much, trustees. Looking for a mover and a seconder to go into private session. Trustee Sartori, Trustee Olmsted. Any opposition? And that passes. I'll see you guys in private session. We'll be back here in public session at 7 p.m. where I'll redo attendance and we'll continue through the agenda. So I'll see everyone over in private session back here at 7 o'clock. via Teams. Thank you very much. I'll read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni, Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Before I go any further, I just remind everybody, I know it's been a hot minute since we were online. If you can make sure that your mics are turned off if you're not speaking, and if we can use the chat function as much as possible to indicate if you have a question in the queue. It just helps us to move along somewhat smoothly as we readjust to online meetings. Any declarations of conflict of interest for in here this evening? Declarations, seeing and hearing none. We have no actions reported in the private session this evening. On to approval of the minutes. Can I get a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of our December 14th board meeting? Moved by Trustee Cook. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Trustee Olmsted. Anyone, any discussion on approval of those minutes? Seeing and hearing none. Anyone opposed to the approval of the minutes of December 14th? Seeing and hearing none, that passes. Thank you, trustees. Any business arising from none? Thank you so much. We are moving on to our student trustee presentation. Do we have student trustee McCallie or student trustee Hawkins going first? Wonderful. Take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Director Kelly, and Senior Administration. We hope you are all able to enjoy some time off over the winter break. As we all know, 2022 has already been an eventful year for education. Since the announcement that students would be transitioning to online learning, secondary students have expressed concerns regarding final assessments and credit recovery. Students are grateful for the leniency and compassion shown by their teachers in order to make the end of this semester as stress-free as possible. With the rise in COVID-19 cases across the province, students have mixed feelings about the return to in-person learning. We are all aware that the best place for students to learn is at school. However, school needs to be a safe place for students to do so. At the beginning of the month, Malik and I joined student trustees across the province in supporting the delay to in-person learning. We collaborated with the Executive Council at OPSBA to create a statement critical of the Ministry of Education's initial December 30th announcement to return to in-person learning. We believe in the power of student voice and the importance of student input when decision-making directly impacts their mental and physical health. Despite the initial stress of pivoting to online learning with such short notice, at the January Student Senate meeting, students remarked on the smooth transition to online learning and expressed appreciation for their teachers' support. Student Senate was proud and excited to announce that the expression of interest for the position of student trustee will be accepted from January 10th through January 21st, with the election taking place on January 25th. We encourage all students who have questions to attend the Student Trustee Information Night tomorrow, January 19th at 3:30 via Microsoft Teams. As well, we are happy to announce that the annual Student Leadership Conference registration is now open. The conference will be taking place virtually on February 4th. It will feature keynote speaker Mr. Mark Black from the YLCC's Canadian Youth Speakers Bureau. He has an inspiring story of resiliency and hope. Classes in grades 7 to 12 are welcome to attend. Breakout sessions will follow on topics of mental health and wellness, anti-racism, education, and student voice. We encourage students to take advantage of this opportunity to develop their leadership skills, expand their minds, and meet new people. We continue to use our social media platforms to promote our initiatives, share education news, and listen to students' concerns. We want to acknowledge the incredible hard work being done by our valuable educators who have continued to work in person throughout the pandemic and those supporting us virtually. Thank you. And I will turn it over to Student Trustee McCowie for our Student of the Month.
The Student of the Month for January is Zoe Stevenson, a grade 11 student at Kingsville District High School. Zoe is an inspirational role model for this month's theme of perseverance. Zoe has had a tracheostomy since May of 2019 due to sudden tracheal stenosis. Since then, she has had over 15 surgeries and drives back and forth to sick kids' hospitals for appointments and checkups. Her condition has caused her to be in online schooling since the start of her grade 9 year. Even with all of the distractions and obstacles in her life, Zoe has kept up with school, her family, and friends. She started a blog to share tracheostomy awareness, positivity, and inspiration. After every procedure and appointment, she makes sure to update her followers on her condition. She reminds her followers how important it is to work through challenges and try your best on days when you feel your worst. She writes, "Good days, bad days, or the days I'm just not feeling it. I have to recognize how I'm feeling. Take a step back from the overbearing real world and resort to simple things that can bring me back into the right headspace. Although times seem hard, keep pushing through because eventually all this will just be a memory that becomes a part of you." Despite the difficulties and roadblocks she has faced along her journey, Zoe has made sure to put nothing but her best out into the world. We have never seen someone persevere in the face of such challenges while keeping a positive outlook on life. Zoe's amazing journey is documented on her blog at zoegina.com. Congratulations, Zoe, on being selected by Student Senate for the January Student of the Month.
Thank you guys very much for that report and for Student of the Month. Congratulations to Zoe and congratulations to her family. We're very proud. That is stunning what she's been through, and it's so wonderful. It's also, I note that the keynote speaker for your conference is on resiliency, and my goodness, Zoe is nothing but resilient. I also am going to take her words to heart. So that is wonderful. I see a couple questions from trustees. I have Trustee Cook and then Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Cook.
I just wanted to say to Zoe and her family, we can't, obviously not in person, but I think, not speaking for everybody, but standing ovation and lots of applause to Zoe. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great report. Thank you for both. And if I could get the spelling for the blog, is it Zoeygina? Did I hear Zoe Gina?
I can type it in the chat, but the spelling is ZOE and then JENA.com.
Yes, put it in the chat. Thanks very much. I did have a question. Are all students within the system adept and have access to Microsoft Teams in order to join the meeting tomorrow?
Yes, all of our students have an Office 365 account and that they can use to join the meeting. And if they're not comfortable with that platform, they can always join as a guest by just clicking the meeting link that's been shared like on social media, and they can join as a guest to the meeting as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I see that URL in the chat as well. So that's wonderful. Thank you guys very much. And thank you for using your voices on behalf of students for our return to school. Thank you. Any other questions from trustees? Is that a latent hand, Trustee Burgess? I think it probably is. Thank you very much for that report. There are no delegations and no one on the speakers list this evening. And so we will go down to our to new business and L1. I do have a script to read for L1. If you'll give me one moment to get my screen situated here. Okay, so the Greater Essex County District School Board is proposing to enact amendments to its 2 educational development charges bylaws, which the board passed on April 16th, 2019. One 2019 EDC bylaw applies to the residential development of land in the County of Essex and Township of Peely, while the second EDC bylaw applies to the residential development of land in the City of Windsor. The proposed amendments to the 2019 EDC bylaws are required for 2 reasons. First, to increase the charges to account for increases in the market value of land which now exceeds the land values that were relied upon to calculate the charges under the 2019 bylaws. The land values that underlie the charges imposed under the 2019 bylaws have proven to be conservative in relation to the prices at which lands are currently trading in the market. In other words, land values, including the value of school sites, have escalated at a greater pace than was anticipated at the time the board passed the 2019 EDC bylaws. The amendments to the 2019 EDC bylaws are required to ensure that the charges keep pace with rapidly escalating land values. In addition, subsequent to the enactment of the 2019 bylaws, the province amended the governing legislation in order to permit school boards to annually increase EDC rates. The second reason for the amendment is to incorporate into the 2019 bylaws a number of new mandatory exemptions from the payment of EDCs that the province has prescribed. The uses to which these exemptions apply include private schools, long-term care homes and retirement homes, child care centers, and Indigenous institutes. The board will be conducting a public meeting this evening as part of the process of passing the amending bylaws. By way of background, the primary purpose of any board in implementing educational development charges is to provide a source of funding for new school sites in growth-related areas. These are not funded by any grant under the province's funding formula. We are seeking input from the public tonight and will give consideration to the submissions prior to the passage of the amending bylaws. As you may be aware, the board will likely be giving final consideration to the passage of amending bylaws this evening unless there is good reason to delay. The board welcomes your input this evening. We invite any delegates who have indicated a desire to speak, if any, to come forward and let us hear their views on the proposed amending bylaws. After everyone has been given an opportunity to speak, the board will consider the staff report as well as the recommendations contained in that report. I don't believe we have a presentation this evening. All right, thank you very much. We welcome the information that we have received this evening in our board package. We now conclude the public meeting and turn to a consideration of the proposed amending bylaws. So I would now direct trustees' attention to the staff report that we have in our package and the amending bylaws attached to the report, which concern the proposed amendments to the 2019 Education Development Charge bylaws. The motions to implement the amendments are found on the 4th page of the report. Motion number 1, and I see I have a mover and a seconder, so I want to make sure that we know what we're moving. Motion number 1, that the Greater Essex County District School Board, actually we can move them both together or we can move them separately. I will read both and we can, the mover and the seconder can decide whether they're okay with that. So I'll read them both together. Motion number 1, that the Greater Essex County District School Board enact an amendment to Education Development Charges Bylaw number 34 for the City of Windsor as attached as Appendix 2 to the report. And motion number 2, that the Greater Essex County District School Board enact an amendment to Education Development Charges Bylaw number 35 for the County of Essex and Township of Peely as attached as Appendix 3 to the report. And so the mover has indicated he's interested in moving those together, moved by Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Cook. Do we have any discussion on those motions on the report?
Madam Chair, Trustee Burgess?
Yep, just one moment, Trustee Burgess. I will note that we have Mr. Mendiola, I'm gonna butcher your name, with us this evening to answer some questions. Amendalia, thank you very much. And if there are members of your team with us as well, I thank you very much for joining us. And so if there are questions to be directed to Mr. Can you say your name for me one time?
Amendolia is great.
Thank you very much. Mr. Amendolia, they can be directed to him as well. And so I do see that I have one question from Trustee Burgess. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my package, and I wasn't present at the approval of the agenda, so I don't know if it was separated into two amendments. In my package, it's just L1. It's 2 paragraphs, slightly different reading, but I only see it as one motion. Was there something changed at approval of the agenda?
I'm muted and I didn't unmute myself. We have them in there as one recommendation in the agenda, but we can separate them as per the kind of structure of.
But that hasn't been done.
No, the motion on the floor is for what you see in your agenda. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so because you said 2, and I was wondering whether something happened at 5:30. So, so it's one motion, and it's both clauses, and it hasn't been separated yet. And thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Any other questions from trustees? Trustee Halberstadt, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Yes,
Go
I did.
ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Jack, I guess my question is, and I think this was brought up prior to tonight, with regard to the amount of fees that the county is paying as compared to the city. And I think on page 14 it says the city is by 2024 is paying 1,805 compared to the county of 682. That would seem to run counter to the, I guess, the wishes of some people, environmental people, that we don't want urban sprawl by having our in-town or our city bylaws amounts a lot, maybe 3 times that of the county. That would seem to encourage urban sprawl for people or contractors or whoever, builders, to build in the county. And meanwhile, the city, which is really hurting for housing, is not going to get that opportunity. So I'm just wondering what the thought process is behind what we see in front of us tonight.
Sure. Thank you through the question and through the chair. So I guess a couple of things just to provide some quick context. So the legislation in this case only permits the school board to have one bylaw that covers the city of Windsor area and another bylaw that covers the county of Essex. So that's not a board decision or a consultant decision or public or anything. The legislation for some boards actually divides the boards into regions. Small R regions, like not regional municipalities, but regions for the purposes of the EDC. And that's one of those cases. So that's an important distinction for everyone to be aware of, is that's something the board has to do. In terms of why the rate is higher in the city compared to in the county, again, nothing intentional, nothing that the board or through the calculation that we were trying to do or trying to impose. But the calculation for the EDC is very technical, very formulaic, and very tied to the legislation. And really, in a nutshell, what the calculation is what the total land costs are for the sites that the school board needs, divided by the number of units in that same area. So that's really what this charge reflects. So there's nothing intentional from the board, nothing measured in the approach to have a higher charge in the city, lower charge in the county. It's really just a subject of the different inputs and the different factors used. So I hope that helps answer your question and clarify things a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, it sounds like we don't really have much choice. You're tied to the legislation. How do you change that? You got to do that from the bottom up or top down?
Yeah.
Or?
Absolutely. Like, yes, you're correct. It's tied to the legislation. In terms of any changes to the legislation, it's been around since the late 90s, and there's been 2 amendments in what is that, 30 years almost. So, I mean, it's not something the ministry has been keen on doing, but absolutely. I mean, if it's something that, you know, for example, if it's something where you want to see the jurisdiction treated as one rather than a regional separation because of the legislation, that could be something you talk to politicians about or people at the ministry about.
To do that tonight, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they're waiting for it.
Okay, could you give me an idea of how much money this would mean to, I guess, the city and the county with regard to development charges? I know we can only go up 330 per year, but what kind of money is it generating for the communities?
So the intention is for the city of Windsor, we are trying to collect just a little over $10 million. And that's ultimately based on needs, right? So based on the projections and the number of new schools we think that the board is going to require, they're going to need about $10 million of land to build those new schools on. So that's what the Windsor bylaw is based on. And in the county, just give me 1 second. It is about 9.1 million. So that the actual needs between the county and the city in terms of what is required are fairly similar. The big difference in terms of why one charge is quite a bit higher than the other is 10 million, a little over $10 million in needs for the city of Windsor, about 5,000 units forecast over that next 15 years in the city. So, and in comparison in the county, about 9,400 units. So that's really what changes that quantum of the charge.
This one will be the last question, Trustee Halberstadt.
Sure. So the 10 million would be spread over, did I hear you right, over 15 years?
Yes, that all the charges are based on a 15-year forecast and a 15-year cash flow analysis, correct?
So do we not have an opportunity to come back and say, that's too long a time, we want to adjust this, so you can do that?
Yeah, the forecast is based over 15 years. The bylaw only has a maximum term of 5 years. So you actually can amend it like you are considering tonight once per year to adjust things like land values that we're talking about. But then as the bylaw only lasts a maximum of 5 years. So you have to look at all of these things again, at least every 5 years. And that means looking at the growth forecast again, seeing if anything changed there, have school site needs changed, have you built schools, have you, so that gets redone every 5 years at least.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt, for those questions and to bring some light to the report that we're giving here. Do I have any more questions from trustees before I call for the vote? Thank you, Mr. Mendelia, for your work on this report and for joining us this evening to answer those questions and for sharing with the public what the purpose of these are. Thank you very much for joining us. So, trustees, I'm going to call the question. Anyone opposed to the motions as you see them in the in our agenda? Trustee Halberstadt, you're opposed.
I oppose.
Thank you. Any other opposition? Seeing and hearing none, that passes. Thank you, trustees. We're moving down to L2, and we have a recommendation as determined by the Board of Trustees for the name of our new elementary school in Forest Glade. Trustee Hatfield, would you like to move it?
Yes, I would, and then I could speak to it, please.
Wonderful. Do we have a seconder? I'm assuming Trustee Cook would like to second this.
Excuse me, what are we moving?
Well, Trustee Hatfield can give her presentation, I guess, and then we'll look for a seconder. But go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Okay, well, I hope somebody seconds
Trustee
this
Cook,
motion. So the committee met 3 times, as I explained in the report. And each time we had very robust discussions on the name for the new school. It is a new school being built in Forest Glade, and we'll be combining the student population from Parkview and Eastwood schools. So I think that if you've read the report, I think it gives fair details of the work of the committee. We did do a weighted voting process, and that's how we determined our recommendation to the trustees. So the recommendation actually is in order of preference by the committee based on the voting results. And we did give in the report some rationale behind the names that made the top three. So the first choice is Eastview Horizon from the committee. So that would be the motion to accept the committee recommendation of Eastview Horizon.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. And just, I recall when we had this discussion about North Star, the question was whether it was high school or what the full kind of name of the school is. So it would be Eastview Horizon.
Well, that's a good question, because I've asked that in the past, if we have standardized whether it's a public school or elementary school. And I'm not really sure how the board handles that.
So can I look to administration?
It didn't come up in our discussion.
Sure. Can I look to administration to help us out here?
Superintendent Allwender, this was coming from your report, and I think we have a general term that we use for this. I just want to make sure that you're...
Yes, I would suggest public school.
The confusion.
I think in our, I recall when we did our policy and regulation on this, there was some discussion around that, but there wasn't a consensus, and it wasn't necessarily prescribed in the regulation. So are you willing to put a recommendation forward for public school? So it would be Eastview. What would it be?
Horizon Public School.
Eastview Horizon Public School.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. So the motion on the floor, moved by Trustee Hatfield and seconded by Trustee Cook, is to accept the recommendation from the committee, and that the name of the new build school in Forest Glade to be Eastview Horizon Public School. Any questions from trustees on that?
Trustee Burgess?
Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Not really a question, it's discussion since the motion's on the floor. So I really liked Eastland Park. And I value the committee's input, and I value that it was a weighted thing and that it's heavily weighted for Eastview Horizon. And I know we've sort of gone to, picking other nouns or adjectives, with our school naming. I'm just wondering where Horizon kind of came from. I see the rationale, but I just find it a bit of a stretch.
You want me to speak to that?
Yes, please, because I wasn't there for the discussion. I'm just reading the notes, so.
Go ahead, Trustee.
So at one of our meetings, when we were kind of stuck for a direction with regard to names, I made a suggestion of the two words horizon and harmony, and we had a great deal of discussion about both words before the vote. It took up quite a lot of time, and there was, prior to the official vote that the committee did, the committee was kind of split half and half between the word horizon and the word harmony. Then after we did the weighted vote, the word horizon was the committee's decision. And so, sorry, Trustee Burgess, I may be not getting to exactly what your question is.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, if I could.
Of course.
Yeah. No, I think you described how it came about. I see in the list, A through G, Eastview Horizon, Eastview Park Horizon, Horizon Park, Eastland Horizon. So I see that, and I see Park 1, 2, 3 times, and Eastland twice. And I'm just trying to, I understand that A got 47 points, but there's parts of each that got, additional kind of weights and stuff. Yeah. So I was just wondering, I mean, Horizon really, I guess there's a lot of support for Horizon in whatever variation. So if you look at it, I guess it's the most, I just liked Eastland Park. So I'm weighing it, but
there was also a lot of discussion about the fact that Forest Glade has multiple parks and they all have names, and we didn't want to have any confusion. Well, some committee members, majority, didn't want to have confusion that when you saw the name that you were talking about a park. That was one thing that came up, and I think that's why the choice Eastview Horizon came out overwhelmingly as the committee's number one choice. And the committee also was very clear on wanting to present it in order of preference by the committee. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes it's like, here's our top 3 and the board can pick. In this case, it was a deliberate motion to present in order of preference.
Right.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, given that we literally just had the discussion about most people will give it the colloquial name as they refer to it. They will call it Eastview Horizon and not do the full name. So I can understand that rationale. Thank you very much. Trustee Olmsted, I see your hand up. You might be muted, Trustee Olmsted.
Hi, sorry.
I hear you.
I actually lost my connection. I lost my connection for a few moments there. I moved to a different part of the house that was quiet. I don't have a question. I just have a comment or discussion that I really truly appreciate the work of this committee, and I like all of the names. I really like the one at hand right now, simply because of the inclusivity of those schools. And also the symbolism of the horizon. I look at schools and learning as being like the sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want, and reaching for that horizon or having that horizon in the distance to look forward is kind of just like a way to move forward, something to reach for, something to grasp. So I truly liked the symbolism of horizon as well as the combination of the 2 names. And thank you to Trustee Hatfield for chairing this committee. I know it's not an easy feat. And I would like to send my thanks as well to the community members who sat on this board. So thank you, and I hope that we move forward tonight with a new name for a new school. It's something to celebrate. So thanks.
Did I respond to Trustee Olmsted's remarks?
Can you?
Or, yes.
You absolutely can.
Because I want to say she's like right on to the remarks that were made at the committee level as well. So I just wanted to share that Trustee Olmsted really picked up on the kind of discussion that we had at the committee level.
That's wonderful. That's really wonderful. Any other questions or comments from trustees?
Madam Chair, I just want to say I'm sold.
I like that.
Did I get a second?
Yep, I have one question, and then I will let you wrap it up before I call for the vote, if that's all right.
Yes.
So I 2 things. I want to very much thank the committee for their work on this. When I'm looking through the amount of people that are here and the time they committed to this and the discussion that was had, and the way they are committed both to their community and to our board, it brings me a great deal of pride, and I thank them very much. And thank you as well to Trustee Cook and Trustee Hatfield for your work on our behalf, and thank you to to the people that kind of put together what is going to be a wonderful cornerstone of a neighborhood that I used to live in, and most of my all of my kids started in schools in that neighborhood, and it's close to my heart. So I am very grateful to it. The one question I had was, I see their student representatives. We had 4 student representatives on here, likely from the 2 populations of schools, and I wondered what their feedback was on some of the things that Trustee Olmsted was picking up on some of the themes and things like that. So what was their voice like in looking at the names of the school they are going to go to and leave to their the people in their path?
I can't specifically answer that question for you because I don't really remember specifically who said what. So I don't even want to try and guess. But I can tell you that in the initial stages where we were putting together the first list of suggestions, it was quite long. And I know that student trustees, the student members of the committee did participate in that process initially, putting names on the list. So they were actively involved, and we really appreciated that. But I really can't recall anyone's specific remarks.
That's fair.
But I think and we did have, I believe, close to perfect. Might not have been quite 100%, but it was pretty close with regard to the voting. So I think that says a lot too.
Absolutely.
How we landed where we did.
Thank you very much for that. Did you have a final statement to make before I call the vote, Trustee Hatfield?
Well, of course, I want to thank the committee as well. It was a large committee, but they were all great participants, and I really appreciated that. I appreciated the fact that through the community, we also received suggestions for names. So we certainly started out with a good list to work with, and we kept on going at it until we got to where we were at the end. And I really appreciate the help and assistance that we got from administration, especially when they came up with assisting with the vote that way and implementing that weighted vote system. It really worked for us. So I really appreciate that. So to all the committee members, everyone, I just want to thank them very much for the work. And I'm like so excited about the new school. Of course, my daughter went to Parkview. So I raised both my kids in Forest Glade. So I have great ties to the community, and am really excited about the project. And I really am sincere about wanting to recommend this name because I think it works really well for the community. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much. So I will call the question, and just so everyone knows what we are voting on, it's to accept the committee's recommendation for Eastview Horizon Public School as the name of the new build school in new build elementary school in Forest Glade. Mm-hmm. Anyone opposed? Absolutely none. Congratulations. Congratulations to the community and to the board. Thank you very, very much. Yeah. That's wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that passes, just so we're clear. Okay, moving down through our agenda here to policy and regulation for staff. The board approved policy BA15 expenses staff and the regulation BA15 expenses staff. Do I have a mover? It's been moved by Trustee Cook, seconded by Trustee Burgess. Any discussion on this, trustees, this policy and regulation? We do have members of administration here should you have questions. Seeing and hearing none, I will call the question. Anyone opposed to approving the policy and regulation expenses staff? Conferences, workshops, meetings, and travel. I should read that whole thing. There was some discussion at policy committee about doing that, so I should honor what we asked for. That's wonderful. Anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that passes. Thank you very much. Moving forward to the updated policy and regulation trustee code of conduct. The recommendation is that the board approve policy trustee code of conduct as presented and approve the regulation trustee code of conduct as presented. I see it's been moved by trustee Burgess, seconded by trustee Cook. Any questions on this, trustees? Trustee Hatfield, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank the committee for all the work they did on this, and especially Trustee Sipcar, who couldn't be here tonight. But she spent a lot of time on this with me, discussing my concerns on the policy. So I really appreciate the time that she took one-on-one with me and getting some of my concerns addressed. But I do want to say that I won't be supporting the policy because there are some I still have some serious issues with some of it. I'll be interested to see the revised template that we get from the provincial body, but I'm not going to be supporting the policy as presented because I do have some strong concerns about different aspects in it, and I don't think there's any point in me actually referring to them tonight. So I'll just let you know that I'm going to be opposed. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. Any other comments, questions from trustees? Trustee Cheen. And then it'll be Trustee Halberstadt. Trustee Cheen, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not going to support this trustee code of conduct also, because previously I was a policy committee members, and we have, make decisions to refer to other school boards' policy regarding trustee code of conduct. I don't think it has been fulfilled. And also, overall of this trustee code of conduct, it didn't reflect that the trustee's responsibility is to uphold the quality education of the school board, and trustee has the surveillance responsibility, and all of the code of conduct seems to restrict the trustees' behavior. And they are, if they want to challenge any policy or any procedures of any decisions of the board, they are not, fully supported, and there might be some time that the trustees, endeavor might be restricted or suppressed. So overall, I don't support this trustee code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cheen. I've got Trustee Halberstadt and then Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So close. So close. Sorry.
Madam Chair.
That's right.
Yeah, I just unclear in reading the investigation or the report from the city, from the panel, and it's comprehensive. I'm unsure whether the resolutions for against a trustee for breaching the code is open to the public. That's at the bottom of page 49, item number 50. And it's a little unclear to me whether that's the rule. If, when you have a decision on a breach of conduct of a trustee, does it have to be a public meeting? It seems to be, at least in this reference, it shall be open to the public.
Is that a question through to administration or to a member of the policy committee?
Whoever can answer that.
I can try to answer it. I see Director Kelly. So there is. Sorry, you're talking about 50, number 50 at the bottom of page 49.
Right. 49 red.
Point at a meeting of the board, and the vote on the resolution shall be open to the public. we handle our code of conducts as private session matters when they are having to do with things that are contained in the portions that are allowed under private session. And so if it is dealing with any of the conditions under which we would do those meetings in private, those meetings and the resolutions would be done in private unless there is a vote by the Board of Trustees to report publicly on any sanctions or decisions. But that decision would be made by the Board of Trustees and voted on this by the Board of Trustees at that point.
Okay, it just seems to be, that could well be, but it seems to be contradictory to this particular rule, determination of the breach, which basically says it shall be by resolution of the board at a meeting of the board, and the vote on that resolution shall be open to the public. And then it says both resolutions shall be decided by a vote of at least 2/3 of the trustees present and voting. So I would say that kind of contradicts with what you were saying, Madam Chair.
Unless there is a member of administration that's looking to weigh in on that, when it is dealing with matters that would be considered in private session, we deal with them in private session, unless as this indicates that a 2/3 vote of trustees is indicating that it should be in public.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that that's true, that it would be the nature of the issue would be determined here, but I see what you're saying, Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. And then Trustee Chin, I'll put you on the list for a second set of questions. Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually willing to put an amendment forward to change the shall to may on page 49, which is page 10 of 15 of the regulation concerning number 50 under the decision, changing both shalls to may. I think that makes it clearer under the regulation, because this is sort of templated. It can be, and what I will say is in practice, as you mentioned, well, anyway, I'm going to put that amendment forward to strike shall and substitute may twice in under decision number 50, page 10 of 15 of the regulation. I'll just put that forward, but I do have some commentary as well on.
We'll get the motion on the floor and then make comments on that amendment. So the amendment the motion has been made to add an amendment. It has been seconded. That amendment is on point 50, which would be on page 49 of our full board package. That 2 points in at 2 points in point 50, the resolution shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. Are you looking for all three, Trustee Burgess?
I only saw, oh yes, there are three, right? Three.
So all three shalls in that paragraph will be changed to the word may. So those would read, the resolutions may be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. The reasons for the decision may be recorded in the minutes of the meeting, and both resolutions may be decided on by a vote. Or, sorry, it's in there 4 times. The resolution may be open to the public.
Just a second. Okay. I made it hastily.
Sorry. I'll give you a second to read that through.
And the vote on the resolution shall change to may, open to the public. The resolutions may be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. I think that actually should stay as a shall. Okay. That should stay. The resolutions shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting, because if it's public, it's public. If it's private, it's private.
Let's get the amendment and then we'll chat about
right. So my amendment was for 2 shalls. And it was the first one, the resolution shall be open to the public. And where is the 4th one? I only see 3.
The resolution.
Oh, both resolutions shall be. Yes. that stays too. So my original motion to amend just those two from shall to may is the first shall, the vote on the resolution shall be open to the public, change to may, just for clarification, and that the reasons for the decision may be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. Okay, that's the rationale part.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, and I'll check with your seconder, is an amendment to say the resolutions may be must be done by resolution of the board at a meeting of the board, and the vote of the resolution may be open to the public. The resolutions shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. The reasons for the decision may be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. Is the seconder okay with that? We're good. So that has been moved and seconded. Trustee Burgess, I'll allow you to make a rationale, and then I've got some people on deck looking to make comments.
Right. I think that sits with, I'm going to say, practice across the province. Some allegations of breach of code of conduct have been made publicly. They've been deliberated publicly. They've been decided upon publicly, and censuring and sanctions, etc., have been declared publicly. Others have been a private matter, and this only concerns the formal complaint procedure. It's not anything to do with informal. So that keeps what needs to be shared. And I think it has in practice, if I could just mention it, because you could, just search news items, I suppose, about the severity of the allegation of the breach that's found. So I think that's in keeping with what we need to be accountable. And should the board decide that something needs to be made public, then the board can decide by 2/3, which is a high, thing to get. So, so that's all about the amendment, and then I do have some comments about the actual motion on the floor, the original motion, because I heard about.
I'm gonna put a pause on that.
One thing at a time, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, I've got you in queue there. Still in queue there. So I've got Trustee Sartori on the amendment. Is that right? Are you looking to make a comment on the amendment?
No, I wasn't. I think Trustee Burgess captured it well.
Wonderful. Do I have any specific to the amendment? On the amendment, Trustee Cheen.
I'm sorry. I totally disagree with the amendment. I think put it public is what we should do, and that's what we should be accountable, and we should be, make public know how their trustee behaves and why they breached the code of conduct and how the decision is. Everything should be public to make the public know, and unless we have a private information, something like that. But the basic tune of the decision should be, we should go to public unless we have something which is not good to public. So I think we are trying to change the overall tune of the whole trustee code of conduct. I totally disagree, and we are trying a lot of ways to prohibit those things go to public. Why? We shouldn't do that. We should be proud of our position. We should be accountable. We should let the public know that we are doing right decision. And also regarding the number 51, we add the.
Sorry, Trustee Cheen, we're just on the amendment right now. I do have you in queue to.
Yeah, it's related. Yeah.
Nope, Trustee Cheen. I need it to be only on the amendment. If you're referring to number 51, it is not on the amendment. And so I have you in queue to ask a second question on the main motion, but if you're dealing with number 51, it is not on this amendment.
Okay, I will be on the queue. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hatfield, I see your hand up. Is that on the amendment or on the main motion?
on the amendment.
Go ahead.
So I have similar concerns because there's nothing here to guide us on when we might want to open it to the public or not, because it's now may instead of shall, and I think that creates some problems. You know, there's also it's also problematic for me to talk about what my concerns are about the whole policy. That became problematic. So so just based on my own experience with trying to deal with the policy, you know, I have to say that it just leaves it wide open to however it wants to be interpreted without any guidance. Well, of course, then you can pull in the lawyer, something like that. But it's just a little bit too ambiguous for me to support. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments on the amendment or questions?
Can I speak last to the amendment?
Yep, quickly, and then we'll call the vote, and we'll go back to the either main or amended motion. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mentioned that 2/3 is a very high bar to branch. So may can become shall very easily, I'm going to say, if 2/3 of the board decide that, no, this needs to be public. There will be determinations, and these are decisions made case by case by case. There is no sweeping generalization in this. So in the event that 2/3 of the board feel that it must be public, then it will be public. And by putting may in there, that allows for that to happen. But having shall doesn't leave for any kind of discretion. For example, if there's an allegation and there ends up being some sort of sanction or something or other happen, but it's born out of some you know, private medical thing or private intimate information about a family matter, about you know, who knows what brought on the breach. You don't know. There's a case by case opportunity to say, okay, we can make a decision. We can vote on it in public. It can be recorded in the minutes of the vote. But as far as the rationale and the intimate details, et cetera, that doesn't necessarily have to be public. And that can be brought forward on a case by case basis by putting the word may in. So I just want to make sure that you realize that when I put the amendment forward, it doesn't mean it always will be or never will be. It's to be determined by a high bar, 2/3 of the board. That's a lot of convincing.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
Just to what the trustee just said, you know, about how if there's personal information, you know, medical situations or whatever, that's covered in 51. I think that might have been where Trustee Sheen was going, but 51 gives the clear ability to take things into private if they fall into those categories, and one of them is personal information. That's just my point of information.
Thank you.
And well, so I don't know if I can respond, but we're not on 51. The fact is that 51 kicks in because 51 kicks in. If there's something that's not in 51 that hasn't been covered, that 2/3 of the board feels that needs to make some sort of decision to bring something into public or not, then that's up to the board. It leaves a little bit of leeway, but it's 2/3 still. It's a very high bar. Thank you. I don't have anything more to say about the amendment.
Thank you very much. I note that Trustee Cheen is asked to comment on the amendment. There will be no more comments on the amendment. We will continue to make comments in the on the either motion on the floor or the amended regulation on the floor. But I'm going to call the question on the amendment just for everyone's reminder. That is changing. And the vote on the resolution may be open to the public, and changing the reasons for the decision may be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you.
Opposed.
Thank you.
Could you make a recorded vote?
A recorded vote on this amendment?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
So in case you miss someone.
Sure. So I'm going to go through what I see on my screen here as a recorded vote. Trustee Cheen.
Oppose.
This is on the amendment. Thank you. Trustee Olmsted.
Support.
Thank you. Trustee Halberstadt.
Support.
Trustee Cook.
Support.
Trustee Hatfield.
Opposed.
Trustee Sartori.
Support.
Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Trustee Leclerc.
Opposed.
And I will support as well. So that amendment passes. And we are back on the discussion on the, I didn't miss anyone, did I?
Can I make a request? I want my comments to.
Trustee Cheen.
Oh, point of order.
We are going.
I want my request to be put in the minutes. My opinion, my comments to be put in the minutes. I think we have the right? To be recorded in the minutes.
Verbatim is not in the minutes. We do capture the discussion in the minutes.
My comments, because the main comments can be recorded, right? Not all the content, but I particularly want my comment to be on the minutes.
We are not going to do verbatim comments on the minutes, but the nature of the discussion will be captured in the minutes.
Point 4 information, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would support my colleague's request for that. And when the minutes are prepared, there's ample opportunity for any amendments to minutes that can be adjusted at our next meeting.
Is that amenable to everyone? I mean, at this point, we're kind of going off of.
I think previously we had this debate that if I requested it recorded, it should be. Otherwise, in the future, you have to vote to make my comments in the minutes, and it was denied. I don't want it to happen. I make a request now. I think it's in time that my comments be in the minutes.
So unless I'm seeing any opposition to that, so you're saying that the comment, I've got you in the queue here to make a final comment before we vote. Is that what you're looking to have verbatim, just so I'm clear in the minutes?
I want all my comments regarding this code of conduct to be in the minutes, and I can discuss with the secretary regarding that.
Madam Chair, my point for information was not on verbatim. I want to make that clear. My point for information was that we have an opportunity to approve minutes when we get them. And I support my colleague's request, okay, that her comments be captured, but we don't capture verbatim. Live stream does, but minutes don't.
Yeah, I am okay with I mean, if we look at the minutes after, Trustee Cheen, and your comments are not, and you would like to provide comment or provide more context to the comments that are captured in the minutes, if they are factual and accurate to what actually happens here, that's the time to do that. I am not interested in going down the line of capturing people's comments in the minutes as they would like to see them captured. We have the ability to watch this on YouTube. We do have minute keeping as we do. I take your point that you want to make sure that your comments are reflected accurately and appropriately to this discussion in the minutes. I take that point, but I'm at the point that we receive the minutes of this meeting, if there are additions to that or clarifications that you want to make to your comments around this, that would be the time to do that. But I do take the point that that you would like to make sure that your comments on this are as accurate and fulsome as possible. So I do take the point with that. Okay, so I want to keep everybody on the same train tracks here. So I've got, does anyone have another or a first comment on the now amended policy and regulation? I do have Trustee Chin and Trustee Burgess for second questions or comments. I'm looking for anybody who's looking for a first comment. Seeing and hearing none, I will move to Trustee Chin. Go ahead, and then Trustee Burgess.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Because my English is not very good, so I may sometimes repeat something. Please forgive me. And my main suggestion is that we have to be prudent to change the code of conduct. I see the main value of this original trustee code of conduct is that it requires this process to be public as much as possible. And I think I see this virtue is good. It shows that the trustees has to be accountable. The board has to be accountable. We cannot hide all the procedures, under behind the wall and try to do something that we don't have self-confidence. So I think a good virtue of this trustee code of conduct is to make it public. So and I see on item 51, we are trying to add, items which avoid it to be public. So I think we already add, item E, item 5, item G, try make this procedure, private. But I don't think it's a responsible way. We have to be, transparent to the public. If the public knows any trustee break the code of conduct, they can make judgment if they will, elect them later or not. And so we cannot, try to change the overall, rules of that. And what we are doing now is changing that. Is trying to hide it to the private. Is trying to give the hurdle to make it public. So I oppose the amendment, and I oppose the change of the trustee code of conduct. And I still suggest our board to refer the trustee code of conduct from other board like TDSB. I read their trustee code of conduct. They are kind of much more comprehensive than our code of conduct. I don't know why we accept this suggestion and we did nothing. So that's why I oppose it. For example, in the other board, the trustee of code of conduct, they provide the information that the trustee being accused has the right to get the funding support for to consult lawyer, but we don't have anything regarding that. So in the future, to make it fair to both parties, either accused or being accused party, we should make all these those considerations more comprehensively to make it fair to everybody. And I think it's good for the whole public school board, because normally when a trustee want to do something challenging the board's decision, she is not, she is kind of suppressed, her voice, and even be penalized. So I want all this to be public, for the people to make judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chin. Thank you very much for those comments. So I have Trustee Burgess, and then I'm going to be looking to call the question. So Trustee Burgess, do you have a question on the main motion on the floor here?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to the main motion yet. I only offered an amendment. So this is the first time. And I did put it on the floor. So I just wanted to, for clarification, we don't have the policy in our package. We have the regulation. It's referred to because we did look at it previously, September, etc. And the assumption is, I suppose, that we have referred to our previous agendas or previous whatever to see what the policy was. But I heard earlier by an earlier speaker an opposition to the policy, and I'm wondering if there's any merit to reading out what the policy is versus what the regulation is in our package to see if anybody supports the policy but not the regulation. Because we have the recommendation on the floor is two parts. One is policy and one is regulation. Because I don't believe there is much opposition actually to the policy. I think there is some opposition possibly to the regulation. And I don't know whether it's worth splitting it.
I can read the policy. I'll read the policy if that's amenable to everyone because it's not in the package. It is on our public board website. So for anyone that's looking to kind of follow or if I speak too fast. So it is policy trustee code of conduct, which is P-GV-06. A trustee position is an elected position which carries with it the understanding that the electorate will decide at election time its support for the effectiveness of a trustee. At the same time, it is important to recognize the public trust and responsibility the collective body carries, and that this trust and responsibility is honored through determining and enforcing norms of acceptable behavior. A code of conduct policy contributes to confidence in public education and respect for the integrity of trustees in the performance of their responsibilities. The policy and regulation deals with acceptable and respectful behaviors. So that is the policy statement. What we have on the floor right now is that we are approving the policy and regulation. I don't know if it's worth splitting it into two. I guess I'm looking for some direction here. Otherwise, we'll keep it as the motion and that's seconded on the floor.
Madam Chair, Burgess.
Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
I would split it if I could get some sense that if there's any support for the policy. Is there anybody split in their minds? Or should I just split it?
I'm not seeing or hearing that there's any desire to split these, and I think...
Okay. Okay, it's on the floor. It's what it is. It's amended, and I'm ready for the vote. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So we've had, Trustee Chin, we've already had second comments from you, so I'm not going to be able to add any other further comments. Do I have any final comments from trustees before I call the vote on the policy and regulation in front of us as amended? Seeing and hearing none. All opposed to the policy and regulation as amended?
I opposed and I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. I will go through, and if we can please unmute your mics. Trustee Chin.
Opposed.
Thank you. Trustee Olmsted.
Support.
Trustee Halberstadt.
Support.
Trustee Cook.
Support.
Trustee Hatfield.
Opposed.
Trustee Sartori.
Support.
Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Student Trustee McCowie.
Support.
Student Trustee Hawkins.
Support.
Trustee Leclerc.
Opposed.
Thank you. My apologies to both student trustees. I did not call your name when we required a recorded vote for the amendment. That's my bad. I apologize for that. I am also supporting. So that passes both policy and regulation. Give me 2 seconds to find my way back to my agenda. So that passes. L4, we are now on to reports to be received. The report of the Director of Education. Go ahead, Director Kelly.
Thank you very much. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm pleased to present the Director's Annual Report for 2020-21. I would like to begin by thanking Melissa Leboeuf, Scott Scantlebury, and Rochelle Langlois for their work on this and bringing it together. So thank you for that. The story of 2021 school year certainly had its ups and downs. But my annual report, I think, is more like a documentary than a drama. It's expository in nature and more like a textbook, I think, than a thriller. Traditional tales of grand achievements throughout the Greater Essex County District School Board were still evident, but regulated, unfortunately, to the background of the procedural necessities of operating a school board in a pandemic. We have, however, highlighted in this report the incredible perseverance demonstrated by everyone in our district to endure the difficulties and the frustrations of this whole experience. Minimizing risks to the physical and mental well-being and health of students and staff was a universal concern and required substantial effort. In some areas, such as new school construction, there was significant amount of good news to share, and we were able to make strides in our environmental stewardship, as well as in the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We did the absolute best, I believe, that we could under the circumstances. This meant constant and intense planning and revising, during which we considered unprecedented levels of communications with students, staff, and our communities. Our success is in, I think, what we did together. Teamwork amongst administration, staff, students, families, and our communities got us through what has been a very difficult year, and we will have definite benefits in the years ahead. And I would be happy to answer any questions on the report that's included in your package, as would my colleagues in the senior administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Kelly. And my thank yous again to yourself for your leadership through the last, what feels like ancient decades of this pandemic and before that, and to the senior team as well, all of your teams and everyone that comes together to make this board what it is, which is, I'm very proud. Any questions from trustees? Who do I have with their hand up here? Trustee Olmsted, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I would just like to echo your sentiments and pass along my gratitude to not only the director herself, the senior team, but every single employee of the board. This has been a year like no other. I've expressed my gratitude many times before, and I don't fully believe that the public realizes the dedication that this entire team, but when I say team, I mean every single employee of the board, to make this work, the pivots, to make it safe for every single person. Everyone is trying their best. It's not going to be a perfect situation, but I can tell you, I have such an appreciation of the hard work, the advocacy, the tireless, often unseen hours of work that this entire organization has done. So just know that you're appreciated, and stay safe in what you're doing, and know that we see you and we support you in everything that you've done. So thank you very much.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you very much, Trustee Olmsted, for those gracious comments. I know that they are appreciated by all who heard them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I certainly echo those. I see a question from Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
It's a question and a comment. I echo what everybody said. It's what a strange report to give in a time like this. You know, I mean, how do you balance that level of resilience and the wonderful things that are happening in the midst of the existential global pandemic? I'm wondering, it's not quite rhetorical, but a year from now, when you give your annual report, what would you like to see changed? Or what, I see what we've done, and it's all the things that we do. So often this year and the previous year, we're trying to be proactive, but a lot of it's been reactive because we're living in existential crises. Something starts, something changes, we pivot, we pivot, we pivot. What lessons do you think that we've learned looking at the last 2 years of annual reports that we are going to bring forward that are lessons that are really strengths in the organization that we might want to report on an annual basis going forward, even if we're out of a global pandemic?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Burgess. That's a good question. We have learned a lot. Despite all of this, we have really learned a lot. We've learned about our own resilience and our capacity to pivot. I think particularly around online learning, for example, and maybe even new ways of teaching and learning and thinking about, different pedagogies of instruction. So I think there's a lot of good learning that we can take away. I hope that this time next year we're certainly in a different place and that we have perhaps give each other a little more grace. I think these times have been very challenging in terms of people's anxiety and patience. So I hope we've learned to value each other, to respect the difference, and to move beyond some of the challenges that we've been able to face. And I think there will be great lessons learned in teaching and learning, but also in human kindness. And I saw Trustee Olmsted's shirt tonight. It said human and kind. And I hope that becomes the kind of value that will guide us as we move forward. So I look forward to learning. There's many lessons. That's a big question and lots to reflect on. So thank you for it.
It's an excellent question, Trustee Burgess. Thank you for that. There certainly is quite a bit, and I'm thinking about some of your comments just there, Director Kelly, and thinking about, I told some Windsor BEd students today about the value of personal learning networks on Twitter and what I'm seeing our educators share with each other about how to pivot, and the resources they share, and the creativity and the kindness that they share with each other, and it's been fascinating and wonderful to watch. I'm so grateful for everything that they have endured and done to make that pivot safe for families and for themselves, and a welcoming place for students to return to each time. Trustee Cheen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, and the superintendents and all the administrators, and for your hard work. And you did a good job, great job. And my question is that from now on, we kind of changed our procedure, either the information published and also the result coming back to school, go to online, and after if we have positive case in one class. So in the new procedure, there is a possibility that many students might have to be isolated, and they might have to stay at home and without the chance of to learn, follow the teacher. And also in this serious pandemic, there are some parents, they are panic, and they worry too much. They don't want their kids to come back to school. And in this case, in this way, I think certain amount of students might be, left outside of the school without the instruction. So I wonder, in this new situation, and what we can do to help those absent students, and also regarding the information published to the parents, what our board can do to help those parents, because I see other boards has already announced that they are going to go out of the provincial instruction to public more positive cases, if happen, public to the parents. But what can our board do to help those parents to get those information? Thank you.
Okay, I guess I can start with that. There was a lot of material there, so I'll start with a few things. Why don't I start with what we've been able to do, and then perhaps I can ask you, I was going to give a little startup about the return to learning. I just want to begin by saying it's wonderful to have our students back in school. And I know that some of them will gradually return to school because they have anxiety or they're worried about returning right now. And so this few week period will be an opportunity for people to come back at their comfort level. So there is a temporary remote learning for those students being provided. And we recognize this is a very challenging time for our families. Some of the things obviously that have been in place is the N95 mask. I want you to know that they'd all been distributed to schools for our staff that are student facing. The rapid antigen tests, I know that that's been something that we've awaited. They are actually, and I think Superintendent Armstrong, I think they're going out to elementary schools tomorrow. So those tests will, and again, this is another measure for parents and students to be able to check. So some of those will be going out. We were a little later in the delivery, which was a bit disappointing. So our bus drivers and our child care staff and elementary teachers and students will be receiving those, and I think later the secondary group. And so I also want to thank our facility staff because you had to see this in action. Because people, it was a lot of work to get this organized. There's also going to be, yes, today I know Superintendent Armstrong was right on the floor there too, helping out. So, and the student masks will be distributed when they arrive. Ours haven't arrived yet, so that's something else that we're working on. One of the key pieces, Trustee Chin, that you mentioned is that provincial screener. Really does need to be completed every day by students because it is a check. It is really important to look on there to see, what symptoms students have. And I think that we did have a little slowdown on one of our days. I said a lot of people were using it, which was good. But I think really parents do need to follow the instructions there. And there is a lot of information within that screener as well. Just to let you know, in terms of our teaching positions, that's, we did, over the last few days, we had, the first day, certainly no one filled teaching positions, and we did, I think, very small number today around that. So we have some staffing shortages, but we've been able to deal with that. Again, that's another area that will concern, and we have a contingency plan around using central staff and using others there. So again, I know these are things that all the parents are concerned with. And we continue. I think you might have heard Superintendent Houston speak a little bit about on the news or somewhere I read, I think maybe it's on a radio, just a bit about the fact that we're recruiting retired teachers and hoping we can gain more to return to us. So we're looking at all kinds of opportunities. With respect to the reporting, we will be reporting absences. That is being sort of worked out. We have to report to the ministry, and there will be some public-facing information on that. We continue to work closely with the health unit. As you indicated, Trustee Chin, indeed, the processes have changed in terms of reporting. Parents are not there is no expectation that the report, or obviously that would be a privacy issue. When we have students in a positive case confirmed and shared with us in our classes with students of special needs, we will be letting parents know about that. Again, classes won't be dismissed. That is not the ministry intention at this point, but we will be informing because that would be considered a more high-risk exposure. And so we would be informing parents of that, which we have in the past. So yes, there are some changes. Yes, does it bring uncertainty and concern to people? Yes, that's why this period right now, I think there is choice in terms of that temporary remote option. And so we are working on what our reporting will look like, but we will be doing that certainly for our Steps and Gains programs. So I don't know if I answered a few of your questions and gave a bit of an update, but I would be happy to answer anything else that you may have.
Go
ahead, Trustee Chin.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you for your explanation. It's very, very valuable. I wonder how to treat those students who actually, absent, but they really want an opportunity to join the class. And so some board, they consider use cameras, and some boards might use, kind of other more flexible procedures. So I wonder if we want to, we don't have to decide now, but if we are going to do something to try to compensate those students so they can also learn when they are at home. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Trustee Chin. Obviously, the health situation is changing, and so we have to be flexible with respect to that. We will be looking at, what different options we can provide, again, based on the context. Obviously, restaffing a school system, which I look to Superintendent Mills and Superintendent Houston. How many times have we done that? It's an enormous task that takes a lot of time, but that's something for example, we had put out a survey, and we did have a number of students are planning to return in the February timeframe, I believe it is. I might be February 7th. I might have the wrong date, but we be considering all those options. Again, it's a very fluid, flexible situation, and again, I know teachers are doing their very best, as our sports staff are too, to support students during this, temporary period, which we hope will change for us. But we are, the senior team is always talking about what options will exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Any other questions for the director on her report? Thank you very much, and thank you for providing that information on some of the changes. And I'm hoping that's the end of it, but I kind of know better. So thank you very much for that and for your continued work. Moving through our agenda to the report of the OPSBA director or delegate. Trustee Burgess, do you have anything for us this evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief if I can. Over the last couple of months, because we didn't really meet in December to give a big OPSBA report, and this month, there has been a lot of provincial pivoting. We've all been living it day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute sometimes. And OPSBA has been there throughout it all. Like many organizations, there weren't a whole lot of real holidays involved. There were a lot of people working over the holiday, making plans for a return to school and trying to meet the challenges that were there. So OPSBA has been very, very active in advocacy and in discussion directly with Minister at the committee level. We've met as directors on certain matters, but all I'll say is that I direct everybody to the website opsba.org because it's been really well communicated and you can find it there. And next week, next Friday, will be the annual Public Education Symposium. We look forward to that every year. It will be virtual again this year. We were kind of crossing our fingers last fall, hoping that we could maybe meet for the first time in a couple of years, but face-to-face, because that networking opportunity is just it's very valuable, but it is virtual, and I'll be attending. I believe Trustee Chin will be. Madam Chair, you will be on a panel. I hope you will let us know exactly what that is, and our Director Kelly will be on a panel, and I think that's just great. There will be regional meetings. The regional meetings will be held on the Friday. Any trustee can attend a regional meeting. They don't have to attend the Public Education Symposium in order to participate in the regional meeting. So please look for that. I do have an agenda for that, but not the directions for how to just parse the regional meeting piece. But I certainly invite all my colleagues to that because, there's a lot of news within Western region as well on how we're all how we've all been doing over the last little while as far as policy making and decision making, and how we've all met the challenges in different ways. Because there is a lot of variety amongst boards, how we've managed to, our way through. So that'll end my report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer whatever I can now or after the meeting. But I do encourage everybody to attend the Public Education Symposium if you can. There's some great speakers and some good workshops, etc. So thanks.
Agreed. Thank you very much, Trustee Burgess. Any questions for our OPSBA director? Thank you for your work on that, Trustee Burgess. Okay, we're moving through our agenda. We are now time for Chair's report. I do have a report this evening. On behalf of trustees, I want to welcome back our students and staff to the 2022 school year, whether you're back in person or virtual, or whether you're asynchronously learning with us for a bit or isolating to keep your family and the community safe. We're really happy to have you back, and we're happy to be back. The chair's calls with the minister have resumed as of this past Wednesday. After a pause in December, I will submit there is deep frustration shared with the minister on these calls, frustrations at the lack of consultation on school reopening, at the ways news seems to drop without a heads up, or the courtesy and respect of allowing time for trusted leaders in our boards to effectively prepare. As trustees, we've seen OPSBA and fellow member boards across the province address these frustrations, as well as gaps in the ministry's return to school plans our communities are advocating for in letters to the Minister of Education. We've adjusted and readjusted to remote and in-person learning, and I want to acknowledge and thank the staff in our schools, our facilities buildings, our admin offices for their constant commitment and professionalism. It's people that welcome our students to learn. My own kids were so happy to be back in school on Monday and today, and it was wonderful to feel that joy permeate our house again. I want to be honest in that the next few weeks of school may feel and function a little differently than we're accustomed to. Continue to rely on trusted board communication in your personal decision making. When we know, you will know. And our families, staff, and students are our first priority. I've mentioned many times in here the multiple hats I wear in this role: chair, trustee, parent, an educator in post-secondary. With all of those hats simultaneously and very precariously placed these days, I want to urge our communities the following. Complete the daily COVID screener every day. Mask up and observe all protocols, safety protocols on the bus, in schools, on the playground, and every store and public space you go into. Get vaccinated. In partnership with WETU, local healthcare, and community supports, there are and will continue to be many options of trusted clinics available to get your booster, get your second shot, get your first. Vaccines work. They protect us. They decrease the likelihood that you will end up in the hospital, and they protect the vulnerable. Be patient, be kind, be considerate to all those you come in contact with. We are all struggling, we are all juggling, and we are managing as best we can. Seek out and keep up with trusted board communication. Publicboard.ca website, EDSB, official GECDSB social media, and your local trustees are all trusted information. Keep informed, but take care of yourselves. There is such a thing as too much consuming of information. Take breaks from social media and the constant barrage of change. Check in with yourself, check in with your neighbors, practice deep breathing, take a walk, chat with a trusted friend. We may feel isolated, but we are not alone. I mentioned earlier that our fellow Ontario member boards have been sending letters to Minister Lecce and partners in both politics and public health. And with that, and with the safety of our staff and students and the advocacy of our communities in mind, I'd like to move the following motion this evening. And I will read the motion and hoping that I get a seconder, I'll speak to it. That the GECDSB's trustees send a letter to the Minister of Education, Stephen Lecce, copying our local members of provincial parliament, our WETU acting medical officer of health, and OPSBA member boards. The contents of the letter should refer to the following topics: advocating for the province to continue an ongoing and supported plan for tracking and public reporting of confirmed COVID-19 cases in schools, supporting and recommending a test to return strategy following illness and exposure, allowing students and staff to return if symptom-free and with a negative COVID-19 PCR or rapid antigen test, ongoing, regular, equitable access to rapid tests for staff and students, funding embedded in the grants for student need to replace, upgrade, and improve technology tools that have been used to support remote learning during COVID-19, reimbursement of all COVID-19 related costs covered by school board funds, funding for additional staff to support virtual learning, update on adding COVID-19 vaccinations to the Immunization for School Pupils Act, meaningful, open dialogue and feedback between directors of education, school boards, education partners, and the Ministry of Education before plans are announced or revealed in the media, and transparent and timely communication from the Ministry of Education with directors of education, school boards, administrators, union partners, and the families who support public education in the province of Ontario. And if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Madam Chair,
I see that I have a seconder.
I think you need to have your vice chair moderate this. Take the chair and then you can speak to it really freely.
Oh, sure. Do it that way. Trustee Cook, would you like to take the chair and I will step in as?
Sure. I did second that, but I'm going to take back my second, and Trustee Olmsted is going to second. So it's on the floor, and I'm going to let Trustee Higginson speak to it.
And I'll just be very brief. I think it was very comprehensive as a list. It's my privilege to sit on calls with my fellow board chairs across the province to be able to speak to the minister. And I do thank the minister for continuing those calls. And there has been an expression both in those calls, in informal conversations that we have, and in the communications that we get from our fellow member boards. We are all in a sense of frustration right now, and a feeling of, I'll be very honest, disrespect. And I want it to be very clear that GECDSB trustees are partnering with OPSBA and our member boards and our communities and our partners across the province to say that we expect more. And here are the ways we expect more. I want the minister to have a very clear pathway on how he can support public education supporters in the province of Ontario. And I'd like to play a part in making sure that he hears that message, and that our fellow political partners and public health partners also hear that we're advocating both on their behalf and on behalf of the communities that they support as well.
Thank you, Trustee Higginson. Any discussion? Trustee Olmsted, and then Trustee Hatfield.
Hi, through you, Madam Vice Chair. I think that's for your worship. I'm not exactly sure how to address you because you did take another role here. So I'll take all of them. Call you. Okay, all three into one. I support this letter wholeheartedly. In a time of a global pandemic, we need increased responsibility and increased protection, not an abdication of those. I support this letter. I support anything that we can do to make our schools safer for our students, our families, and all of our staff. You know, our parents, our students, our staff, and our community deserve this. They deserve to know that we have done everything in our power to make schools safe, and to make our community safe, because schools are a microcosm of our community, and they need to reflect all of the safety measures that we have in our community and within those buildings. So I wholeheartedly support this letter. And I think we've been very proactive all along with COVID measures, and I think that this will send a very clear message that we not only expect more, but that we deserve more.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. Trustee Hatfield, and then Trustee Cheen.
Yes, thank you very much. And I really appreciate that Chair Higginson gave me the opportunity to preview the motion, gave me the opportunity to put my 2 cents worth in there in advance, and I did appreciate that Trustee Higginson did take notice of some of my comments. So thank you for that. Yes, it would be really nice if the government treated us with more respect, rather than, you know, leaving us out and going to the media first. I really hope that our letter makes a difference, and all we can do is advocate and say how we feel, and hope that somebody up above there at the government reads it. So thank you very much for the initiative.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. Trustee Chin?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I support most part of this motion. I think it's very good, and except one that update that item, update on adding COVID-19 vaccinations to the Immunization for School Pupils Act. I think we should be prudent to do this, because we do have a debate on vaccination. And actually, I personally support the vaccination, and I took 3 shots, and all my family members, and my husband, and my 18-year-old daughter, 17-year-old daughter, we all took the vaccinations. But I also understand those part of the people who hesitate to immunize. And this immunization, actually, the long-term effect hasn't been approved. So I'm thinking if it's too much to push those people to be mandatory vaccinated. And if we add this COVID-19 vaccinations to the Immunization for School Pupils Act, well, this vaccination hasn't been fully, approved safety. Is that okay for us to put this on the Immunization for School Pupils Act? I doubt it. So, except for this, I support all other items. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chin. Trustee Burgess?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I support all of it, and I too am grateful for the heads up and for some changes within the list. I really think it's a very comprehensive list. I, 1, hope it gets read, and 2, hope we get a response. It is aligned with anything that we have put forward at provincial level with OPSBA as well. It doesn't deviate from much of that at all. So there's extra support there. But what was my question? I had it written down. Shoot. Oh, goodness me. Sorry, long meeting. Well, I guess I'll just leave it at that. I did have a question. If it comes to me, I'll blurt in.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Any other questions or comments?
I see Student Trustee Hawkins has a comment here in the...
Oh, sure. Student Trustee Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief and just say that I really appreciate and the leadership from you, Trustee Higginson, in this letter and these efforts, because especially the comments regarding the vaccine, as that is very important to many students in the return to school and feeling comfortable in the classroom, is that their peers are vaccinated and that they're aware of COVID cases in their classroom and in their schools. So thank you very much for this, and I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I remembered my question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
It was I think the first point, advocating for the province to continue on ongoing and supported plan for tracking and public reporting of confirmed COVID-19 cases in schools. So implicit in that, and I don't know if that changed in the second iteration, but implicit in that is recognition of our public health units. And that question is a question for the province to have a provincial way of looking at this, not board by board, health unit by health unit. But the health unit is apolitical. They're apolitical. So they're not really going to be advocating for political policy change, certainly not publicly. So what's our role in that first one to make in the interim, let's say, before this is read, before it's acted upon, before it's denied or embraced, what's our role to help that in our discussions with the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit in order to see if they would support any part of that, because implicit in it is their participation. I know they won't do it right now because it's not required of them and it's not the provincial direction. We're not mandated. They're not going to be counting certain things, but it's also frustrating, I think.
I hear you, Trustee Burgess.
So, we can look at wastewater, but, we're not asking anybody to look at wastewater. We're looking, the first thing is advocacy of county cases. So how do we, what is our conversation? How will we speak with the health unit and say, this is what we'd really like, just by passing this motion and that's it?
I think the intention is was to send it to our current acting medical officer of health here at WECU to let them know that this is what we are advocating for on behalf of our board, for the province to take a look at that direction, and we're advocating for them to have a supported plan for public reporting and confirmed cases. That's the intention of the letter.
Thank you, Trustee Higginson. I'm going to call the vote. Anyone opposed to this motion?
I oppose, sorry.
Anybody else opposed to this motion? It passes.
Can you hear me?
I heard you, you oppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. It passes, and thank you, Trustee Higginson. You are now back as chair.
Thank you very much, Trustee Cook, for taking over for me, and thank you very much to trustees for your support in that, support as I do this job, and for your help in crafting just what we wanted to say and get across in that. So thank you very much for that. So we are on now at trustee question period. I see some hands up, but I'm not sure if they're latent hands or trustee question period hands.
Those are old hands from your motion.
Okay, so who has a question for trustee question period? I see one in the chat here from Trustee Burgess. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, that is a new hand, and I will lower it now. There we go. So I have a question to administration, either the director or superintendent of business, about procurement and global supply chain delays and advocacy for funding to recognize inflationary costs, etc. So my question is that there's obviously an impact on our procurement and projects that might be delayed through no fault of our own, but because the global supply chain has been so disrupted. So I'm wondering if we as a board or have senior officials, the superintendents of business, advocated for either increased GSNs or capital funding to recognize that this next year, the next few years, who knows, will have inflationary costs, and they have to be reflected in the provincial budget deliberations. I'm wondering if COSBO has done anything, if we individually, what has been the impact on our boards for supply chain delays in our procurement on projects and materials?
Through you, Madam Chair. I asked Superintendent Armstrong perhaps can speak to this. I know the supply chain is a huge problem in lots of areas, but perhaps Superintendent Armstrong could speak to COSBO's advocacy or any information she has.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. There's no doubt that the supply chain has created issues. The shortage in labor has created issues, inflation, just the bouncing around of price from, at first it was lumber, now it's structural steel, it's a number of items. And it has created a lot of challenges, particularly because we have a large amount of capital construction at our board. We've been very successful in working with our construction contractors with the design and the building of new schools. But with that being said, we acknowledge that the construction benchmarks that are funded by the ministry, they're low and they're not reflective of the realities that we are facing. Through COSBO, yes, it is a topic that is continually discussed, and COSBO does sit and have regular meetings with the ministry regarding it. I know that we also, as a board, advocate as well for our construction contracts, also for funding related to that, and we regularly are reviewing that and assessing and having those communications.
Supplemental. So you've spoken about, materials and construction, etc. Any other procurement, like other materials, other things that we need? I mean, we do annual, ordering of all kinds of different supplies. Is there anything else that really is red flagged right now?
Oh my goodness, I don't know that I have that readily.
Computer things, IT, I'm thinking.
It is so many things. And maybe Superintendent Mills can chime on that. I know just even the lead time for placing orders for computers. There's the microchip issue as well. The lead time is several months in order to try and get this material in. It's the same thing even just with, like I said, with capital construction. The lead time is very, very long, and it does have a significant impact on the board. We have a great procurement team, though. I have to be honest with you. Our purchasing team is very good, and they work collaboratively too with facility services, and they've been very successful in working with our contractors to make sure that we have supply in advance for a lot of this work. A lot of times we may procure it in advance and store it so that we can lock in prices. So we try to do that as well.
Thank you very much. Trustee Cheen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is regarding the high school examinations. And I heard that TDSB, Toronto Public School Board, they have frozen students' score to midterm. That means the final exams won't make it lower. It can make it make the score higher, but not lower. And I personally, I respect the fair test, to see the performance of the students. But since other board has already, adopt this method to freeze the score, what can our board do? Because I heard that other boards also have some petitions from the students. They want their scores to be fair, to be frozen. So I'm wondering how our GECDSB is doing with this school exams, and if you have any idea about how TDSB do that, I appreciate. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Chin. I think that Superintendent Canty might be able to answer this, and I believe he was aware of your question, so perhaps he can provide some insight.
Thank you, Director Kelly, and through you, Madam Chair, thanks Trustee Chin for the question. Although senior administration has been clear that we highly recommend that teachers use evaluation tools other than traditional exams for their students, we do have a small percentage of our teachers in Greater Essex that have decided to continue with exams. Those teachers see examinations as an opportunity, as you said, Trustee Chin, to improve student marks in certain content areas where learning is cumulative. For example, mathematics. There are some concepts in December students may not fully understand, but by exam time, they do understand those because of digestion and using those concepts. And so the exam provides students with an opportunity to show what they know for those teachers so that they can improve marks in those cases. Once again, our teachers have the discretion to use professional judgment when looking at how a student does on assessment tasks and to take into consideration things like a global pandemic when calculating a final mark. So our teachers know their students, they know the content area, they're the specialists in their content area, they know what students need to know to be successful. And so principals have encouraged teachers wherever possible not to hold a traditional exam, but those teachers that are continuing with an exam are doing so in the best interest of the students.
Thank you very much. So I've got Trustee Olmsted and then Student Trustee McCowie. Go ahead, Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I did receive 2 phone calls late this afternoon from parents. They were under the impression, just based on the press conference last week, that their child's classroom, or their children's classroom, I should say, would have HEPA air purifiers in them, and they do not. They are very concerned, and they want to add that layer of protection if possible, and have asked if there's a possibility of purchasing new air purifiers and donating them to the school. I've actually received some comments out on walks about this and have received 2 telephone calls now. I have also had an offer to donate new N95s for staff and students in case anyone forgets them at home. So just, is this a possibility for parents who are concerned to, to purchase a new air purifier for a teacher to have in their classroom? I don't know the answer offhand. I didn't want to answer for them, but I said that I would clarify and get the official answer for from those who knew.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Olmsted. Thank you for the question. I know this the HEPA filters have been an area of concern, and we did receive additional HEPA filters, and we do have strong ventilation systems, but I'm going to ask Superintendent Armstrong to speak to that. I do believe you may be aware of some of these requests, and I know there are certainly standards around this. As for the N95s, I believe we have a good supply of those right now for teachers, and perhaps I'm looking at you, Superintendent Armstrong. I do believe we have a pretty good supply of those, but you're more up to date on that, so I'll let you speak to it.
Well, I'll try to answer, but Ms. Hinchliffe is here with me too, so in case I mess it up along the way. But I get the confusion. Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. I completely do get the confusion about the HEPA units, because in listening to the information that has come out recently, it seems to infer that there should be a HEPA air purifier in every classroom space. But the ministry all along has made a requirement of HEPA filters being tied to the mechanical ventilation system of the school. And so the guidance from the ministry has always been that for every learning space in a school in which the ventilation of the school is either partially ventilated or has natural ventilation, we must have a HEPA filter in each of those learning spaces. The exceptions to that would be in kindergarten or senior junior kindergarten classes, regardless of the ventilation system. And that's because at the time there was no requirement for the little ones to be wearing a mask. For specific to our board, we have 824 HEPA units that we have placed in our schools. We place them as required by the ministry in all JK and SK classrooms, regardless of the ventilation system. We chose to put them in every gains and steps classroom, again, regardless of the ventilation systems that are in place. And where we have a school that has partial or natural ventilation, we've put them in every classroom space or every learning environment. So Also, as part of that, again, because it's tied to mechanical ventilation in the schools, we receive funding through the Resilience Infrastructure Program from the ministry. Over the last 2 years, from 2020-21, and then this year 21-22, we've invested $19.6 million in ventilation upgrades. I'm pleased to say that through that Resilience Infrastructure Program, there are 14 schools that either had partial or natural ventilation. They are now fully, they are all have full mechanical ventilation in those schools, and those systems were operating up to by December 31st over the Christmas break. So we're really pleased about that. As well, we replaced and upgraded ventilation systems in 7 of our schools. So right now, the only schools currently that do not have any mechanical ventilation would be those schools that are subject to be closed because the schools are being replaced with a new capital construction. And the ministry's rules around this funding preclude us from having to upgrading ventilation in those schools, but they all have HEPA filters in all of the learning environment spaces. So I hope that answers your question, but certainly if Julie wants to chime in with anything that I missed, I'd welcome her input too.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The other thing is that all the ventilation systems now are running much longer. They're running from 4 a.m. till past 6 or 7 at night. They're all using MERV 13 filters, which are changed every other month. And HEPA units have to be maintained on a monthly basis. And there's some serious cost behind doing that. And it like the 800 plus, like I have like, I'm trying 12 preventative maintenance staff that go around and take care of these 800 plus units. So if they're not maintained, then they won't be they won't function as they're meant to. So when somebody donates something, that's a bit of an issue around that. We have 3 kinds in our system. The ones we initially purchased, one's for a smaller office, and one's donated by the ministry, or provided by the ministry last year. So those are the only 3 that we maintain. So it's kind of difficult when parents can buy whatever they like. It's kind of hard to manage that. And I think our ventilation systems, we run outside air 100% for as long as we can. And again, we ventilate much longer. I think we provide the ventilation that the ministry requires. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you very much. Did you have something?
No, I just want to say it does. I will convey as much of that information as I can. It was a lot to take in. I wrote down as much as I could, and I will rewatch this live broadcast. But I do know this is coming from a lot of parents, so I do expect to get a lot more of these requests as time go by, because there was that tidbit of information where a lot of parents did expect them in every single classroom, and they don't understand the ventilation systems in our school. I don't, and I've sat through many meetings, so it's hard to convey that and to express that the classrooms are as safe as possible. And we're attempting to make sure that they're as safe as possible, but I just promised that I would bring it up tonight and try to get a real answer for them. So thank you very much.
We also have our ventilation report that's online as well, which has a lot of information on there. I've forwarded that to a few concerned parents myself, and so that could be a little bit helpful. I also note that Ms. Hinchliffe indicated that those systems are very expensive to maintain and run. Our board, you'll recall, I believe it was in December, sent a letter to the ministry asking for supports to continue to not only maintain those, but keep them running for longer, and some of the financial supports that we need to be able to do that. So hopefully we'll hear an answer on that as well. Thank you very much. Student Trustee McCowie, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. As I'm sure you all know, the province announced students would receive 2 additional rapid tests when they return to in-person learning on Monday. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that boards were responsible for packaging those individually. And while I'm sure you're all working hard to distribute these tests to students as soon as possible, I was just wondering when students can expect to receive them.
Thank you for the question. I indicated earlier that students should be in the elementary panel and teachers in the elementary panel should be receiving them tomorrow. Am I right, Superintendent Armstrong? And our bus drivers, our childcare, our elementary teachers, our elementary students within the next day or so should be receiving them. And I believe secondary would be a little bit later. Am I correct, Superintendent Armstrong? Because you're right, these were packaged individually with 40,000 Ziploc bags, and it was a lot of work for people, but pleased to do it to be able to serve students. And I understand we were receiving more, so perhaps you could update us, Superintendent Armstrong.
Certainly, my fingertips are actually a little numb right now, but absolutely. Actually, we were a little bit concerned, I'll be honest, where our boards were receiving their shipments as early as last Thursday. We had staff at the facility services building sitting there all day Saturday and all day Sunday, and we did not receive a shipment. Fortunately, it did arrive yesterday morning. And I'm pleased to say it was approximately 60,000 rapid antigen tests that we needed to dekit into packages of 2. I'm pleased to say all of that has been dekitted today. At the end of the day today, the bus operators all have their kits. We did provide to the childcare operators as well, and we will be delivering to schools starting tomorrow, with the bulk of it all being delivered to schools by midday on Thursday. So we're pleased about that. I will be going to elementary schools first for elementary students and staff. And the ministry will be sending additional shipments for our secondary students and staff. And as soon as those come in, we will dekit those right away. I do want to acknowledge the work of facility services. I was absolutely well organized, phenomenal. Same thing with the kits team. They did great work too. And then we had a small contingent of volunteers, and their help really made a difference. I just wanted to pass my thanks along.
Thank you for that. We really appreciate all the work everyone's been doing to get the ball rolling with this under the time constraint. And just a quick supplemental, if I may. For students that are currently enrolled in the asynchronous learning until the end of semester 2, would they receive their rapid antigen test when they return in person?
Through you, Madam Chair, right now those tests are being distributed to students that are attending school in person. So if someone currently is learning asynchronously, they would not have a rapid antigen test kit that was made available to them. In terms of whether we would make anything available after that at the new term, it's going to depend on what we receive from the ministry and what we have left over.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions from trustees this evening? Thank you all very much for those very important questions. Thank you. Any notices of motion from trustees? Any notices of motion? Seeing and hearing none. Do I have any announcements from trustees? Trustee Sartori.
I have one that I'm really excited to make, and I was just making some notes about it. I wanted to recognize that our very own School Board Chair Alicia Higgison and Director Aaron Kelly will be part of a panel at the Virtual Public Education Symposium on January 28th. They are representing Greater Essex District School Board by invitation at the concurrent workshop number 3, Understanding Operations versus Governance. effective Director of Education, Chairperson, and Board Relationships, again on January 28th from 10:45 to 11:45 a.m. And I just think it's really fantastic to be able to make this announcement. I congratulate both of you. Again, this was by invitation, and I think that, you know, a couple of times tonight we've been able to share some good things that have happened over the past year, you know, a couple of years that have been challenging to say the least. But I just wanted to recognize both of you for your leadership, and thank you for representing us well. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Sartori. Director Kelly and I did sit on a panel last year, and we've been asked to come back this year. It's always quite an honor for me, and I don't want to speak for the director, but it's quite an honor for me. I think I can speak for her that to represent Greater Essex when we sit on these, and to share information, and to sit on there with esteemed colleagues like we will be from Simcoe Board on that panel. So thank you very much, and I hope I do you all proud. It's wonderful to sit next to the director and talk about things that we're passionate about. So that's great. Thank you very much for that. Any other announcements from trustees? Student Trustee McCowie, is that a remnant hand?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. On behalf of Student Senate, we'd just like to remind everyone, as Student Trustee Hawkins noted in the beginning of the report, that we will be hosting a Student Trustee Election Information Night tomorrow at 3:30 via Teams. For those interested in seeking the position of Student Trustee for the next academic year. And you can find the link to that meeting in our link tree at GECDSB Student Senate on Instagram. And we look forward to seeing all the potential candidates for the position tomorrow.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad that you made that announcement. It was in my list, and so I wanted it to come from you guys. That's great. I'm very excited to see how this first election goes, and excited to keep working with Student Senate. Thank you again for your advocacy, and I've noticed on social media all the hype around it, and I'm loving it. So it's been really great to watch. I'm excited to see how it goes. I also want to note that kindergarten registration is coming soon, so get prepared. We are preparing for whatever we are able to do, whether that's virtual or in person, or however we will communicate that to you. But we're excited to have your little ones join us as part of our GECDSB family. Any other announcements from trustees? Thank you all very, very much. Happy New Year to you all. I think it's the last time I could say it before the January leaves. So I will adjourn our meeting this evening. Thank you all very much, and please do take care of yourselves.